Hey, Clappy. Hey, Nora. What's up, Shadow Noises? Hope y'all are doing well. Hey, Silent Res. Yeah, given Knife Run another attempt today.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl?
Last stream was basically just kind of like Air Screamer and Split Head practice.
Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
But those two parts of this run are pretty much the biggest hurdles. If I can get through the Air Screamer and Split Head, the rest of the run's not too bad. Sybil might be a challenge. Sybil might take some practice as well. But we'll see if I can get through a little bit easier today. Hey, what's up, Oleander?
What is this? What's going on here?
Hey, Ram Ranch. Thanks for streaming. Perfect time. Just woke up. Good stuff.
What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
Hey, Freeman. Why are we back to Air Screamer? Because it's a new day. I want to do it all in one go.
What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio? What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
Welcome to What's Going On with the Radio 10-hour edition. Nah, it won't be that bad. Most of the 4 hours I spent trying to do this, the previous stream, was just trying to figure out the strategy again. Today, I already know what I need to do. It's just a matter of executing it.
Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
Watch Return to Silent Hill today. Gantz is a real gamer indeed. Gotta get used to that timing again. Alex, thank you so much for the 67 months. Thank you, thank you. Very much appreciate it.
What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio? What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
Hey, Lysaria.
What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
Hey, what's up, dope?
What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
Good luck with knife only. Thank you. You're gonna need some luck. I've at least got a better idea of how to do this part. It's just still very hard to execute. Reminds me of MGS3 Fork Run. I feel like MGS3 Fork Run is easier in some ways. You can at least kind of go first person and aim a little bit with the fork.
What's that? Huh. Radio.
There's no way to, like,
What's going
aim
on
up
with that
at an
radio?
air screamer with knife in Silent Hill 1. That's the hardest part of the knife, is you just can't aim it at all. You're locked into a forward stab or a wide swing, and that's it. And if you swing just like half a second too early, you don't hit. You swing half a second too late, you get hit. You have to, like, perfectly time the swing. You have to
What's
be set up in just the right little corner here in
Huh.
the diner
Radio.
so that the air
What's
screamer
going on
is
with that radio?
in a spot where you can even hit it with the swing. And it's hard mode, so everything does so much damage, you just die in so few hits.
What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio? What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
It's so hard to get back into the rhythm of timing that swing each time I reset it, like each time I run and then run back.
What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
Hey, Stas? It's radio time. Yeah. Hopefully it won't take 4 hours today. Again, the majority of the time I spent in the diner last stream was just trying to figure out the strategy.
Radio.
Now it's just consistency of execution. Which, that'll happen much, much sooner. Hey, Aghanim. Hey, Nick.
What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
Here we go.
This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
See? 25 minutes today. Not a full 4 hours. Difference between learning a strategy and executing a strategy. Unfortunately, I also had to burn health drinks, which is really bad. I really want to have as much healing as possible once I get to Split Head Lizard. So what I'm gonna need to do is just kind of collect healing on the way to the school, make a save at the infirmary once I enter the school, and if I get hit more than like 2 or 3 times getting through school, I just need to reload. That's gonna be that's the real next hurdle. I need to get to Split Head Lizard with a lot of healing. So getting through school without taking damage on hard mode is a huge pain in the ass. That's the next thing I need to really try to get down. Noise created. Thank you so much for the resub. 99 months. Thank you very much. A lot of love and support. One away from the big 3 digits. There's a few more healing items around town that I could be trying to pick up, but some of them are kind of risky. It's like hallways with dogs and air screamers. Oh, come on, don't trap me. Thank you. Because it doesn't do me any good to pick up healing items if I take damage in the process. Do I get something at 100 months, like feet pics or something? I don't know about that. I don't know about feet pics. I could probably do... I need to check how many VIP badges I'm allowed to give out. And how many 100 plus month subscribers there are. So I could probably do VIP badges. For everyone who's 100 months or more. And I think there might be custom badges. I mean, you do get a custom subscriber badge that's constantly, like, changing the longer that you stay subscribed. Because it starts off as, like, kind of a regular nub zombie face. And then that slowly rots away into just a skull. And then the skull starts, like, growing horns and turning demonic. So you've already got the, like, demon nub sub badge. But I could probably do, like, VIP badges or something, too. I need to look into that. I still have a lot of that type of stuff that I really need to take care of, but... like, emotes and stuff. I've filled out all of my follower emote slots and regular sub emote slots. I still have some animated emote slots that are open, and I still have tier 2 and tier 3 sub emote slots that are open. The problem is I suck at making emotes, and I don't have money to commission new ones. So I haven't been able to, like, add new stuff in a long time. Never sub, only gift. Guess I'll never get those feet pics. Nobody's getting feet pics. All right. So we're starting school. We're in green health. We've got 8 health drinks, 2 first aid kits. Along the way, we've got at least 1 other first aid kit, a couple of health drinks, and an ampule that I can grab. Not a lot else. Can't remember if there's anything in here. I know there's ammo in here later. Yeah, there's ammo in here now too, but it's... bullets don't do us any good. Lots of ammo in school, not a whole lot of healing. Insert joke about American schools here. I don't think there's anything else. Yeah. Hey, what's a pastry? Yeah, see more ammo over there. No healing in the class. I'm gonna go ahead and save it again. Managed to get the first medallion without taking damage. Fallen Nat, thank you so much for the 17 months and the Prime resub. Thank you, thank you. Ooh. God damn. So 2 grabs. That's bad. Two grabs, but 3 grabs and then getting stabbed at the same time. I think that's too much. Getting through this hallway without taking a hit is, like, pretty difficult. Because there's 2 mumblers and a roach. Missed the end last time. Did you manage to get split head? No. I gave up on split head. My hand was cramping really badly after like 8 hours. Okay, there we go. No hits. Grab there. Let's use one health drink, get back into the green. Still got plenty for split heads. No. But yeah, last stream, between basically 4 hours attempting the first air screamer and 4 hours of attempting split head, my hand was just cramping too badly. And I'm playing on keyboard, which as far as like hand comfort goes, for me it's a little better than controller. On. Okay. Trying to remember. Is there healing in the secret bathroom? Or is it just ammo? It's just ammo. That's what I thought. I'm pretty sure there's nothing in here. Yeah. And then the other room is just the shotgun. Don't need that. Although this might be easier from this door. Yeah. There's a health drink here I can grab. Still in green. This hallway can be a little bit nasty sometimes too. The roaches can trip you up. Ooh. Let's try this way. No, even with the light off, come on. That sucks. Sucks, but we're still in way better shape for split head this time around. Although I've still got a few dangerous hallways to get through. No, I got caught on the corner. Oh, this is awful. Okay. They could have body blocked and just, like, stabbed me to death there. I'm really lucky they just kind of, like, walked through. Get another first aid kit here. Hey, what's up, Duke? Okay, not too bad. Get our ampule here. So we're going into split head with 1 ampule, 3 first aids, 6 health drinks, green health. Enough to handle mitigating some of the damage from getting bumped around by the legs and headbutts and stuff. Just have to not get eaten. Just don't get eaten, forehead. Don't get eaten and don't get pushed around by the legs and body too much. See, feel like I'm taking a lot of damage just by bumping into it there. But we're getting a lot of hits in. We just want to get it to phase 2 quick. There's phase 2. See where our health is. He's going fast. I got caught in the knife animation, so instead of getting the running strafe right away, I got a walk step. There's a lot of very particular weird things with Silent Hill 1 controls that make this harder than necessary. Like, if you could just go immediately from a knife swing animation into a full running strafe, that alone would help so much in this fight. But the fact that if you attack, and if you don't wait a second, and then immediately try to run or strafe, your first step is walking, and then you start running. That one little, like, walk step is enough to give Splithead time to just destroy you. Swallow you in a bite. Stop going turbo mode. Oh my god. I got distracted because my cat is eating something off the floor. 1 second. Alright. I swear, my cats don't do anything all fucking day. They wait until I'm streaming or doing something to start being the biggest pain in my ass possible. Something that requires my focus. That's when we're gonna start, like, randomly deciding to just eat garbage off the floor. The walk step killed me there. That one walking step. I gotta train myself to, like, try to wait that one little, like, split second after the swing animation of the knife ends. You can't just immediately start strafing, or you won't run. Got too close to the wall. I thought I had just enough room to keep backing up. Hey, Koopa. Hey, Rachel. Woke up in a panic thinking it was Monday? Don't worry. Still weekend. It depends, Koopa. Like, if you are mid-animation and you're towards the very, very tip of the mouth when it's closing, it will sometimes push you out. Most of the time, it'll push you out if you're mid-animation. If you are just standing still at the very edge of the mouth, it can still kill you, even if you're, like... I've had some moments where Harry dies, and the mouth closing animation is, like, not even touching it. Like, Harry's still outside of the mouth. Just by, like, a little bit. Or he'll just, like, barely be inside, you know? I had a death like that during the last attempt, last stream. I called it the McDonald's CEO nibble. See, like there, it pushed me out just because I was still recovering from the knife swing, the knife stab animation. But if I had been standing still, not inputting anything, that would have been a death. And then there's times like that, where he just randomly will decide to start running towards you faster. And if he bumps you, where Harry does like a little tripping animation, you can't recover fast enough to run away. You're just stun locked and can't move. That was a bad attempt anyway. Dude, if I don't perfectly manage to set up this backstab in between its back legs, I might as well reset. Because anything else, Harry just gets bumped around and bullied for all of his health. Look at that. Like, it's so stupid. You take more damage just from running into the side of Splithead, or having him, like, move or turn and bump you with his legs, than that actual headbutt attack. Like, that right there doesn't do nearly as much damage as just bumping into his back legs, trying to stab his side or his back. Got lucky he did a slow bite instead of a fast one there, because he staggered us. If he staggers us and then does a fast animation bite, we're just fucked. Stop attacking, wait a second, then we can run strafe. Again, all these situations are just kind of hoping he doesn't suddenly lunge forward or run fast or do a fast animation bite. See, now he's going fast. Need him to do a bite and hopefully reset to a slower speed. No! God damn it. Bad start. Move away from the wall. So remember those awkward death animations that I was talking about? Where I'm like mostly outside of the mouth? Bad attempt. Couldn't get behind it. Oh, my auto aim is still on.
He forward lunged. This is the benefit right here of turning off auto-aim. You get more mobility while still maintaining your attacks. Does the pyre in this room have an effigy of Alessa? No, it's the same corpses that you find on the walls throughout the school and everything else. I mean, they are potentially representative of Alessa. It would make a lot of sense. They could also be representative of other cultists and things in general, but it's one of those things that is, there's no official word on, like, who or what the wrapped up corpses decorating the school are in the other world. Those bodies are Ito's kink in younger days. I mean, you're not even that far off.
Like, even making a joke. A lot of the reason for wrapped up anything does come from Ito's BDSM influence on his artwork. Just look at his old art and look at his new art. I mean, he's still the same guy. He still draws straight up pornography on his Pixiv account. That's just part of him. That's part of his style. Damn, Yami, 100 streams? That's like 3 years worth of Nub Zombie streams. With how infrequently I'm online. Oof. Can you imagine submitting that art as your portfolio to a current game company? I mean, if you look at the, I forget his name, but the creature designer for Silent Hill Ascension. I know, Silent Hill Ascension. But, like, if you look at that person's Instagram account and, like, some of their art websites and stuff, they've got very similar inspiration and style to Ito's. And, I mean, they got the job. They made the monsters for Silent Hill Ascension. Seen his art, it's wild. I mean, it's a shame everything about Ascension was such a train wreck, because there are those little tiny glimpses of what could have been. Like, the creature designer had some really cool ideas and artwork. They didn't translate very well into the actual things they used in Ascension, because they all were modeled and animated so fucking shitty. But when you look at, like, the concept art, they're really good monster designs. Thank you, Locomo. Exactly, Terry. When you deal damage like the way the boss fight's intended to work, by shooting it when it opens its mouth. It basically has like a damage multiplier effect. So your damage is doing, I don't know, 4 or 5 times as much. But when you hit the body, when you hit basically anywhere else but the inside of its mouth, think of it as like your damage is, instead of being multiplied, it's being divided by 100. So instead of doing a whole lot of damage in just a few shots, you're doing like 1 point of damage with every stab to the body. It will still eventually die, but it takes like hundreds of hits. This is like a 20 to 30 minute long fight. If we can maintain a decent rate of damage. But of course, if I fuck up just like a little bit, it's an instant death. So there's just no room for error. And on hard mode, this boss can be really unpredictable. It can randomly decide to start running very fast. It can randomly decide to start attacking faster, like the actual attack animation. Just like that. And that resets all that progress I just made. We start all over. I have to, like, close chat or something while I try this. Because if I stop focusing for even a little bit, that's it. I can't be stopping and explaining stuff to you guys. I'm sorry. I'm hiding chat. Really bad attempt. Yeah. We'll just not even wait for that one to play out. If I get bumped around too much at the start, I just want to fast phase 1. Phase 2 is the real issue, so... He was only a few hits away from phase 2 there. God, quit bumping me out of place with your big fucking frog legs. I wish this strategy right here would work on phase 2. Because if I could, like, get this rhythm where I just walk back and forth like this, back and forth as it tries to turn towards me, as long as I turn at the exact same time as Splithead does, I don't get bumped by the legs. If I could do this for the whole fight, man, that would be golden. But see, it starts moving faster in phase 2. Where you can't realistically, like, stay behind it. Thought I was out of range. Just barely. Just barely in range there. I'm alive. Harry wasn't facing the way I thought he would be after the stagger, so I strafed the wrong direction. Unlucky. It sucks when it's like right there. I feel like I've got enough room where it's not going to kill me and I can get a few stabs in. But just to show how small the window for error is on this fight. You go for one too many stabs at the wrong time, you die. You get bumped and staggered, where Harry sort of does the tripping animation, most of the time you die. Splithead decides to run faster when you're not expecting it, you die. You get bumped by the body or the legs too many times, you die. Everything kills you very easily. One mistake is usually death. You just have to go for like 20 to 30 minutes without making any major mistakes. And stabbing as frequently. That's the other thing. You can't just like lame it out. You have to get your attacks in. Like, you can't really play safely because it just drags the fight out and gives more opportunities for a single mistake. Just ending the entire attempt. Gestalt, thank you so much for the resub. It really sucks you can't just stay behind it in phase 2. Yeah, it's too fast. It's too fast and it does too much damage bumping into you. God. I wish I could, like, get it perfectly stuck. Sort of like this, where it can't move, but its head is close enough where I can get attacks in. I tested this for a long time, trying to see if there was any way. But you can't really consistently get it stuck. You can't consistently, like, stay behind it. From all my attempts and from seeing other people do hard knife over the years, this seems like the best method. It's a very strict endurance test. No room for mistakes, and it takes a long fucking time. Again, sorry if I'm not reading chat or talking as much. But I kind of have to focus. Quit bullying me. got too close to the wall. Like, sometimes I have to just guess how soon it's going to attack. And I assumed it would attack faster in that situation, so that I would still have room to strafe away before I got too close to the wall. But it just kept walking towards me, instead of going for a bite sooner. I assume it's gonna move, and then it just sits there for fucking ever. What are you doing? Why are you doing this, like, stagger step? I mean, it's kind of working. Very slowly. He decided enough of that. Moving faster. Moving faster. Don't let him stun lock me. am not walking, by the way. Harry is just walking, because that is a mechanic. For some reason. If you're transitioning to a run or a strafe run out of another animation, your steps will like walk for a moment before you run again. And that gets me killed in this fight, I think, more than anything else. Because I'll be in a situation where I think I've got time to run or strafe run away. And then Harry walks instead. Come on, quit being weird with your movement. Back around this direction. Best attempt so far, but we were still probably like another 10 minutes away of trying to keep that up. That was probably about halfway. Just let me get this phase 1, please. We had such a good pattern, and then it changes up its movement. Ziggy, don't you dare. My cat threatening to go behind my computer where all my fucking wires and shit are. Oh, there we go. There we go. The endurance test. Jesus. Jesus. I can look at chat again. First try, baby. Oh, my hand hurts. My hand hurts. I feel like I've literally stabbed a giant monster 1,000 times. Oh my god. Koopa, thank you so much for the 500 bits. Salvo, thank you so much for the new follow.
That? Who in the hell was that?
Who in the hell was that? Ooh, my hand fucking hurts. Oh. Just having to keep the ready weapon. Ooh. Ooh. If it was only 1,000 stabs, probably more than that. I'm not gonna count. Maybe the worm will be a problem. We're not fighting the worm. The worm's impossible to hit with the knife. We have 2 different routes we can take from here. You have to skip the worm in knife only no matter what. It is impossible to actually hit Twin Feeler with the knife. Like, literally impossible. So, there's 2 ways to skip the Twin Feeler. We can do early romper skip, or we can do late romper skip. Early romper skip, we skip the hospital and we go straight to the sewers. And that means we don't have to fight Twin Feeler, we don't have to fight Float Stinger, but we do have to fight Possessed Sybil, because we don't have the Aglophitous because we skipped the hospital. So we have to fight Sybil, or we do late romper skip. We do hospital like normal. We pick up the Aglophitous while we're in the hospital. Late romper lets us skip Twin Feeler. And because we have the Aglophitous, we can skip Sybil, but we have to fight Float Stinger. So at this point, I'm trying to decide. Let me go make a save in the bus before something stupid happens. At this point, I have to decide who do I want to try to fight. If I want to try to fight Float Stinger, or if I want to try to fight Sybil. Yeah, the final boss is defeated with that's another one where you literally cannot attack the final boss with the knife, or any melee for that matter. So you just empty. I've got my gun that Sybil gave me with 15 bullets. We're not going to pick up any other guns. We're not going to pick up any other ammo. I'm actually just going to go ahead and waste all of this in the bus right here. 2, 3, 4, 5. So, yeah. So if you go into the final boss fight with no ammunition, you just have to survive long enough for the boss fight to end. It's one of the fail-safes that they actually programmed in for people who run out of ammo or go into the fight with no ammo. But that's the only way to do melee only or knife only. You have to abuse that. Did you know about the strafing closely around the pyre strategy before? I mean, it's something that when I've tested this before, it is fairly inconsistent, and you can see, like, if you were watching there, it was not consistent. There were a lot of really close calls where I literally just got lucky because it suddenly staggered me when I wasn't supposed to be staggered. It suddenly sped up when I wasn't expecting it to speed up. It you know, there were a lot of moments where it was not acting predictably, and I had to react to what was happening. And literally just got lucky, probably like 3 or 4 times where I was staggered and it was going for an attack. And I was like, this is it, it's over. And I managed to like just barely fall out of the outside of the mouth, so. Oof, what a run. What a fight. The worst is probably done. The air screamer in the diner and Splithead are always the biggest hurdles doing hard mode knife only. Now, I don't have as much practice doing Float Stinger, and I don't think I've ever attempted Sybil. I've practiced Float Stinger before with just the knife, not on hard mode. But I have practiced it. It's been a long time. Sybil, I've never practiced knife only. So, again, I'm a little bit torn on what I want to do from here. Because we can go straight for the Romper skip right now. Skip Twin Feeler, skip Float Stinger, go straight to Sewers. We skip a lot of the game, but then we have to fight Sybil. Sybil is the last, like, big hurdle. And then surviving the final boss. Or I go through Alchemilla, which is also kind of a challenging area to get through without taking damage, and I'm limited on health and healing. So that we can get the Aglophatus and skip Sybil. And fight Twin Feeler, or Float Stinger instead. I can't even talk anymore. Small rooms with nurses are definitely not fun. The one saving grace with the nurses in Alchemilla, even on hard mode, the ones that go for the grab instead of just straight up hitting you, their grab doesn't really do damage, unlike the grab from Mumblers in Midwich. So it's like slightly more forgiving than Midwich because of that. It's still pretty difficult to get through without taking damage. Not that I have to get through without taking damage, but I need to conserve as much healing as possible for either Sybil or Float Stinger and for the final boss. Because sometimes the lightning can just kind of be bullshit and hit you anyway. Alright, enjoy the church music for a little bit. I need to take a little break, give my hand a rest before we go attempt Romper Skip, and use the restroom and stuff, so I'm going to take a short break. I'll be right back. Okay. What do we think? What do we think, chat? Sybil knife only or Float Stinger knife only? What should I do? Poll? We could do a poll. We'll let that roll for like 2 minutes. There we go. Poll in chat. Who should we go after with knife-only hard mode? Sybil or Float Stinger? Sybil should be better deal with a knife. Is she 2 to 3 stabs then sidestep right? I mean, she's got a limited number of shots. So if we can get some stabs in and avoid her 10 shots, after that, we don't have to worry about getting one shot by her gun. And then I think it's just a matter of kind of walking backwards and she'll walk towards me, and ideally we can just slash away. But I haven't really practiced it, so I'll be figuring strategies out as we go. Float Stinger, I've actually practiced knife only in the past. It's been many years. Float Stinger, you can just kind of like, once you have it in a position where you can hit it, you can kind of just walk in a circle and slash at it. And you'd basically just have to get lucky that it doesn't sting you or poison you too much. So it's just kind of like attempting to walk in a circle and stab it a whole bunch and hope I get lucky and don't take too much damage and have enough healing items by the time I get there. Sybil, if we fight Sybil, we get to skip more of the game. We don't have to worry about getting through Alchemilla Hospital safely. If we fight Float Stinger, we have to get through Alchemilla. We have to get through some other parts of the game where we could potentially take damage, but it's also other parts of the game where we can pick up some other supplies. Sybil won the vote. 14-9. So we're going to go for early romper skip and then deal with Sybil in the amusement park. I already saved here, right? Save again. Okay. Straight to the bridge control room. We're going to make a save in the control room. And then we got to get romper skip. This could take me a while as well. This is not an easy skip to do. I have put some practice into it, but I was never able to get like a run using the new out of bounds. So it is pretty tricky. Yeah, that's fine, Koopa. Checked the VOD and went through how long it took. Made a clip of your victory. It took 32 minutes, 45 seconds. 32 minutes and 45 seconds of straight stabbing. The complete run will be a video? Oh yeah, this'll be up on my, at the very least, it'll be on my archive channel on YouTube. And it'll be archived on Twitch as long as Twitch will allow it to stay here, but eventually Twitch removes VODs and highlights now. But it'll be archived on YouTube. I'll try to put it on my main YouTube channel, but I'm still dealing with scammers getting my videos blocked and demonetized and stuff, so I'll do my best. I might have to edit out all of the audio. Like literally all of the audio. But if I can get it on the main channel without too many edits or anything, then I will. As a knife-only run, had to at least lurk. I appreciate that, Wild Tonberry. Nobody knows stabbing better than Tonberries. Just need to keep a romper with us. I think we've got both of them. Will I give Townfall a fair chance? Why wouldn't I give it a fair chance? No, I'm going to give it an incredibly biased chance where I go into it immediately hating everything about it. I always give all of the Silent Hill games a fair chance. I judge them on their own merits first, and then as a Silent Hill entry after that. Where the fuck did my rompers go? Dude, I went into Ascension with an open mind. You think I'm not going to give Townfall a fair chance? It's at least a fucking game. After Townfall, we should hopefully get Silent Hill 1 Remake. I mean, probably not very soon after Townfall. Probably like within a year or so after Townfall. But yeah, that'll be the next thing that's announced anyway. We run knife only there too? I mean, ideally, everything. Ideally, when Silent Hill 1 Remake is out, I'll be doing first playthrough, story playthrough, cam hack, speed runs, challenge runs. All the stuff I pretty much try to do with everything in the series. Townfall and Silent Hill 1 Remake, they're not going to be any exception to how I am with every other game in the series. Again, if we've watched Ascension multiple times. How many other people do you know that revisit fucking Ascension of all things? Like, I'm going to cover absolutely everything when it comes to Silent Hill, whether I personally like it or not. Even if somehow I absolutely despise the remake or Townfall, I'm still going to cover them as thoroughly as everything else. Ecdysis, maybe? That might be the full list. Yeah, it's like me and Ecdysis. There's a few other people I know who've watched Ascension, but not that, like, have revisited it and watched it, like, multiple times. Like, Box watched Ascension, but I don't think he's watched it again. And I don't even know if he's seen all of it. What would be a challenge run for Ascension? Don't say anything mean about it. Positive commentary only. And I'm not allowed to just sit there silently. That would genuinely be one of the hardest challenges I think I could possibly do. Have Genvid ever released alternative scenes, bad endings? They did. They did. They did an entire what-if scenario. After the first main run, they did what-if episodes where they showed alternate choices for a lot of the major scenes. Spoilers, they're basically identical. A lot of the alternate scenes sometimes literally have like one sentence of dialogue difference, and that's it. Okay. Is it generally this hard to get this skip? It's very hard to get this skip. Like, if you're used to watching actually good speedrunners do Silent Hill 1 runs and just, like, nail this skip, it's because they've put hours and hours into practicing it. I've also put a few hours into practicing this skip, and it is still extremely, extremely difficult. Have you ever considered writing your Lake Toluca native ground Silent Hill? I have literally done that, Eerie Ghosts. I've explained that many times over the years. I have the whole concept written out as like a formal pitch, like a game pitch, and I've submitted it to Konami. Granted, that's been years ago. Maybe I could try again, but yep, I've done that. I've never heard any word back. Okay. There's the first part. Fuck. Okay. I can still salvage this. Dude, these air screamers are gonna fuck me. I did not mean to jump. I meant to do a slow walking back step. What's this put me? Yeah, Yami, we're past Splithead. Okay, it just puts me at the save. I mean, it's not just the romper part of the skip. There's also everything that comes after it. And if you mess it up, then you're back to trying to get the romper skip again. As you see happening right now. It's almost like questions about the difficulty of the skip are answered by watching me attempt it. Hey, Neck Bro. We're trying to romp. We're trying to romp. Not very successfully. May I ask what that idea was? Not exactly what Eerie Ghost said. So, the main idea stems from a note that you pick up in Silent Hill 2. You pick up the Lost Memories book, and it mentions that Silent Hill is considered a special place, and it has been historically used by the Native American tribes who thought of the spirits to be the spirits of their ancestors and the spirits of nature. So, like, there was a time period, a documented period in history where Native American tribes living in the area before the town was settled were still experiencing supernatural things that were not necessarily, like, otherworld or evil or twisted, which is why I personally believe, like, the otherworld is just a mirror. Like, it's been tainted and twisted by the cult by the time we experience it in these games, but the power itself originally was basically just whatever is in your mind, whatever you believe. The power makes your thoughts and beliefs real. So for the Native American tribes who believed that the spiritual energy was nature or their ancestors, for them it actually was. But then the Lost Memories book and that note in Silent Hill 2 goes on to say the tribes were pushed out and there was a town settled. Not Silent Hill, a different town that existed there for like a significant amount of time. Time between settlers and the time between Silent Hill being settled, we don't have like exact time frame, but it's potentially like 100+ years. So for, let's say, 100 years, a town existed where Silent Hill is now. But the Lost Memories note in Silent Hill 2 says that that town's name is lost to time. The entire town vanished. All of its inhabitants were nowhere to be found. It's a vague reference to the real-life Roanoke colony, where something similar and in actual history happened. But that is never expanded upon in any of the other games or in any of the other notes. The fact that there was an entirely different town settled here before Silent Hill. And that would have been the settlers who initially removed the Native American tribes, either forcing them out of their land or straight up murdering them. There's a lot of different ways that can go. So essentially that town is the turning point where the European settler influence started twisting and tainting the spiritual power in the area. If the power itself functions like a mirror, where it just takes what's in your mind and reflects that and makes it a reality, where the Native American tribes, they think it's their ancestors and benevolent nature spirits, and so it was. Then you bring in European Christian Catholic settlers. And what are their beliefs? Hell and Satan and sin and all of that becomes mirrored and reflected by the power instead of the Native American beliefs. Then you also have the origins of the cult. The cult would have started forming from some of those early settlers. So you would have early versions, early sort of proto-cult forming at the same time as this settlement, this original settlement, was growing into a town. The effect that it was having on the Native Americans, the tribes at the time. And here is the overall hook for my game, like for this as a pitch, right? You don't call it Silent Hill. You call the game something else. Whatever you would want to call the name of the town, which I left that open in my pitch with a few different ideas for what it could be called, but ultimately the idea would be that you don't know it's a Silent Hill game until the very end of the game. There would be things that hint towards it, but ultimately the story would play out in a town that's not called Silent Hill, with this Native American tribe. People who are familiar with the series, they would recognize the way the power is functioning, the lake itself. There'd be a lot of these elements that people who know the area, who know the history, who know the other games, could pick up on and recognize that it's Silent Hill, but it would not outright call the game Silent Hill. So you play through the game from the perspective of one of the members of the Wabanaki tribe, the Native American tribes that were in that part of New England at that time period. I did a lot of historical research to make sure that the tribes and the region that Silent Hill takes place in, New England, Maine, would all be historically accurate, which would give us the Wabanaki, which the Wabanaki were actually an alliance between multiple tribes at that time. But you would play it from the perspective of one of the people, one of the members of the tribe, watching their land get taken, cheated away, watching their people get slaughtered by these new settlers, forcing them out, starting the initial settlement, having that, and there would be multiple sort of time jumps. We would see the initial settling and pushing out of the tribes. We would fast forward a little bit to it being established as more of a town. And then fast forward a little bit more to how the town came to be abandoned. Why the entire history of that town is completely lost. Why there's no record of what the town was even called by the time you get to Silent Hill 2. So, without, like, giving absolutely every part of the pitch away, that's the overall idea. You would experience it all from the perspective of one of the tribe's people being forced out by the first settlers who established the town that was in this place before Silent Hill. And then at the very, very end of the game, it's revealed that the town is wiped out, it's removed from the history books, and a new settlement takes its place called Silent Hill. That would be the very, very end of the game. The reveal that this place and everything around it is what would eventually be Silent Hill. Yeah, I had Eternal Darkness in mind when I was thinking about sort of the time skips. It's not quite as big of a length of time as Eternal Darkness explores, but something somewhat similar, where you would play like related characters through each period of time. You would have multiple main characters that you take control of over the course of the game, but it would always be from the Wabanaki tribe perspective. But as said, I've written out the pitch along with a lot of historical research and notes for accuracy. There's a lot of things that I would want to take into consideration. I don't want to completely write out the scenario myself, because I would want to get as many Native Americans to work, like indigenous people to work on the game. If it, like, let's say I submitted it again and Konami gave a green light, this would be something that would need to be 100% agreed upon, or else I would not want to go forward with the project. I would want to have indigenous people, preferably with ties to the Wabanaki community, to help with writing out the scenario, make sure things are historically accurate in terms of dress, in terms of language, in terms of belief structures. I would want direct involvement to make things historically accurate and respectful. To not just be like bullshitting aspects of the culture for the sake of telling the story, because I think the real, literal history is fascinating enough and works well with what Silent Hill can typically do in terms of storytelling. The idea of a people who existed that saw this spiritual power as something benevolent, and then have to watch that become tainted and twisted as their very people are pushed out and suffer for the sake of this colony to exist. But that's my general idea. If I was given the reins to like make a Silent Hill game, and they gave me all the money and resources and everything to just do what I want to do, that would be the game I'd want to make. But again, as far as like marketing goes, I don't think they would go along with it. Like, how do you expect us to sell this Silent Hill game if we don't call it Silent Hill? But not calling it Silent Hill because it isn't Silent Hill. It's the town that existed here before Silent Hill. So, not calling it Silent Hill is a big part of the story. And I wouldn't want it to just be called Silent Hill. Like, that defeats the purpose. But it's definitely a lot harder to market if you're keeping that aspect secret. But marketing these days is a lot different than it used to be back then. People find out everything about a piece of media once it's released now. Like, within the first few hours. Like, watch, when Townfall comes out, there's going to be full game walkthroughs within a few hours of its release. People figure out everything so quickly. So even if it's not called Silent Hill, people would figure out very quickly after release that it is. And I feel like that information could spread. Sort of a more viral, natural marketing thing. Okay, as long as I can get to the sewers from this angle, we're good on this run for a bit. Okay. I hear Harry. Here we go. I started going the wrong direction for a second there, but we got it. Ooh. Hey, what's up, Mike? Absolutely love your content. Stream got me into Silent Hill. That makes me happy to hear. I'm glad you enjoy the games, enjoy the series. Glad you could get into it because of me. That's awesome. Thank you for watching. Oh, my on health. Oh, that would have been tragic. I would have gotten hit by a... If I would have gotten hit by a single scratcher here, that would have just been death. Thankfully, we do have a save point that we can get to here. So at the very least, we don't have to try and do romp or skip again. Silent Hill Origins 2? I mean, Silent Hill Origins isn't even much of an origin story. I mean, I guess it's, in the strictest sense, it's the origin of, like, Alessa's ritual. Or the ritual performed on Alessa, but... My idea is more of an origin story of the town itself. And not even really Silent Hill. Like I said, I've always been, ever since Silent Hill 2 came out, and I read that note for the first time, talking about there was another town before Silent Hill, but nobody knows the name of it. It was lost to time. I've always thought, like, what is that town? What was there? Why is it not known about? What would happen that would cause it to not have any historical record? And I always thought that would be such a good premise for a game. So I started fleshing it out over the years. And as I said, eventually wrote it out into like a full-on pitch. Which I've sent in to Konami. Granted, this was before I actually had like a few contacts, like developer contacts and people who I know. This was before I met, before I became friends with Usuda-san. This is before I'd ever had any kind of conversations with Masahiro Ito. This is before one of the producers of Ascension was commenting on my YouTube videos. This is before, getting sent a gift package, my Silent Hill F gift package from Konami. So maybe if I submitted it again. You got the puzzle box package? Yeah. I sure did. I did a full unboxing video on my YouTube. It was the first time a lot of people had even seen me. Not exactly a face reveal, because I've done cam streams and stuff like that for a long time. But for a lot of my newer audience, newer viewers had never really seen me before, so that Silent Hill F unboxing was the first time a lot of newer viewers saw me the first time. Have I cosplayed as the Resident Evil 2 trucker yet for a Halloween stream? No, I haven't. I should. Do I get to eat just a nasty burger at the start of each run? Two sides to every story. How's it go? Many of us never clicked your avatar was based on you. I mean, it's hard to make the comparison now because I look very different. I was talking about that not too long ago where I'm not sure if I should commission completely new Nub Zombie artwork to reflect how I look now, because the Nub Zombie artwork that I have currently was commissioned for me based on how I looked in like 2016. Oh. Still have the long hair? Yeah, I've still got long hair. It's a lot more gray than black now. It's about 50-50. And I wear glasses now. So I've thought about getting new Nub Zombie artwork to reflect the older, rattier version of myself now.
Sybil,
I'm gonna let this cutscene play because I have
Harry.
pizza. I'm gonna sit here and eat
How did you get
pizza.
back here?
We're doing the thing.
I followed the sewer. Were you the one who cut the fence?
yeah. I'm glad you made it. I was worried about you.
You were worried? Where did you disappear to? Never mind. I want to know what's going on here. What is with this town?
This may sound really off the wall, but listen to me. You've got to believe me. I haven't gone crazy, and I'm not fooling around. At first, I thought I was losing my mind. But now I know I'm not. It's not me. This whole town. It's being invaded by the other world. By a world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life. Little by little, the invasion is spreading, trying to swallow up everything in darkness.
Has the Sybil voice actor ever been known or
I think I'm
seen,
finally
like at
beginning to
conventions?
understand
Nope.
what that lady was talking about.
None of the Silent Hill 1 actors
Hold on a minute.
ever did any real public appearances until very recently. Like,
Look, I don't
Michael G
understand
did
it
his
all
first
myself.
appearance just a few years ago.
I guess I can't explain it.
And now, like, Thessaly Lerner
Well, what's making
and
this happen?
Liz Mamorsky
I don't know
have
that
done
either.
some appearances just
I
within
do
the
know
last, like, year
Cheryl
or
was
two.
There?
But they're the only ones.
Under whoever created this darkness, Cheryl is somewhere and she needs my help.
Harry. This whole thing's been a major blow to you. You need to rest.
Sybil,
The demon is awakening, spreading those wings.
Dahlia Gillespie.
Was it not as I said? I see it all now. Yes, everything. Hungry for sacrifice, the demon will swallow up the land. I knew this day would come. And what's more, the task is almost finished. There's only 2 left. To seal this town to the abyss, the mark of Samael. When it is completed, all is lost. Even in daytime, darkness will cover the sun. The dead will walk, and martyrs will burn in the fires of hell. Everyone will die.
So what am I supposed to do? I've got to save Cheryl.
The new Dahlia actors should have good fun with those
Stop the demon.
kooky lines.
The demon taking
I-
that child's form.
I really hope Bloober keeps a little bit of the levity,
Before your daughter becomes
a little,
sacrifice.
just a little bit of things being
Before it is too
over the
late.
top and
Stop it! Stop it!
not play everything 100%
do?
dead serious, because that's one of
To
the
the
things.
lighthouse on the
That's
lake.
one of my criticisms when it comes to the Silent Hill 2 remake.
And to the center of
There's
the
a lot of
amusement
little
park.
moments of levity
Make haste.
that
You are
because
only
the
hope.
characters, the actors were playing everything
Look,
so
Harry.
straight and serious.
I really don't get what's going on.
Little things like, you
if
know,
there's a
here,
chance we
James,
can
it's
save
not
your
very
daughter,
cute. You take it.
I'm in.
Thanks. Like,
I'll check out the amusement park.
those little bits of levity in a
You go to
horror
the
game
lighthouse.
I feel are important for sort of
Sybil,
resetting the player's
thanks.
emotions, giving them something to kind of break the tension, and then go back to being very intense and scary.
You will need to use it.
Silent Hill 2 Remake plays everything
The flowers.
super dead serious,
Only with that can you stop it.
And you never really get that,
What about Sybil?
those little moments of levity to break up tension. You need to have that little bit of silliness in horrific situations. I feel like that's also very natural from a human standpoint. When people are in really desperate situations, really horrific situations in real life, you'll find when people have to be submitted to that, especially for a long period of time, you start trying to have a sense of humor about it. You start trying to have your mind feel anything else except for terror, you know? Just so that you can function. So I feel like having those little moments are going to be kind of important. And Dahlia and her over-the-top way of speaking and her tone of voice, a lot of stuff like that. If it's all played super dead serious, I don't know how well that's going to come across, but overall enjoyed Silent Hill 2 Remake. As said, I've got some criticisms about things with it, but I don't think it's bad by any stretch of the imagination. And it's given me a lot of hope that Bloober will handle Silent Hill 1 respectfully and do a good job with it. We just gotta wait and see. Oh yeah, I love the camera angles for this section of the game. And just this shot,
Wait!
where it's like, things are still sort of normal. Like,
Damn,
it's
too late.
clearly dark and otherworldly and there's monsters everywhere, but the dock still exists, the boat still exists, Dahlia and Sybil are there. You're climbing the lighthouse. And then you get up here and you're just like, what the fuck is this? Where am I? Where is the rest of reality? Even that, like, ghosting effect on the camera. I hope Bloober takes stuff like those details into consideration. Like, right down to using the visual effects, like that ghosting while you're up on top of the lighthouse, to convey, like, how dissonant reality is at this moment. Some of the effects probably more effective on a CRT, for sure. A lot of the visuals in this game are definitely enhanced
Sybil hasn't
by
come back.
CRT. Like, the dithering effect that you see on the lighting and shadows is specifically
That creep sure
made
show
to
up
be
in the
on
news
CRT
report
monitors,
Let me be on time.
which is why a lot of the effects and lighting and faces and those sort of things don't come across exactly the way that they were designed to. But there are modern day equivalents for similar effects that Bloober could utilize that don't rely on CRT technology. Oh my god. Go in the sewer. Go in the sewer. Dogs. We're good. Rip Sybil. She's been possessed. Who knocked out Sybil? The parasite. Giant sewer rats. That's how I imagine possession. I mean, it's not like it's a ghost or a demon possessing her. It's a physical, like, football-sized parasitic worm creature immediately burrowing into her back. So yeah, same as the nurses and doctors. They've just been affected by it longer. Do we ever see the parasite? If you use the Aglophatus on Sybil, you see it crawl out of her. And Harry stomps on it. You can also see it wriggling in the backs of the nurses and doctors in Alchemilla. I can't remember if there's healing anywhere that I could go and grab. What do I have? 5 drinks, 4 med kits. All right, here we go. I have never in my life tried to kill Sybil with a knife before, so I don't know how this is going to go. We may be here for a bit. Yeah, that's the main thing. We don't want to get shot. I love that smack sound effect. Okay. And that's why we don't want to get shot. I don't know what the cats are screaming about. Can you check on them? Shit. Assuming Sybil takes less hits than Splithead, but she's a lot more dangerous. She takes less hits than Splithead. She can one-shot us, so just as dangerous as Splithead as far as damage goes. But she can hit us from a range, and she's also much faster. But there's a whole lot of other stuff to deal with. Oh, I survived. Damage values. Shit. We could also just try to bait out the gunshots. I'm pretty sure... It's been a while since I've had to test this, but I'm pretty sure, even on hard mode, Sybil has limited ammo. Like, once she's fired so many shots, she stops shooting. There's 2. There's 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. And then she throws the gun away. If she catches me, she will strangle me. Please stop. Ow. Yeah, that shit still hurts. I might actually want auto aim back on for this one. Like, before we wanted that off for Splithead. But now we kind of want to stay locked on with her. And if I can just do this and keep walking around the outside... I think we got this. Oh. Look at that. Okay. Possess Sybil down. Just bait out the 10 gunshots at the start. Get on the outside edge of the carousel. Turn auto aim on. Just walk backwards and stab. You have to stagger your steps every few stabs so that you don't walk too far ahead of her. But otherwise, not so bad. Not bad at all. That's much more consistent and easy compared to Load Stinger. Now the sprint to the finish. We just got to get through nowhere. Get to the final boss with some healing
I
items.
figured you'd show.
Survive long enough for the boss to just die.
Hold it right there. I don't know who you are or what you...
Harry.
Harry. Yeah, our health is looking. We got 4 drinks, 3 med kits. Just wait for the boss to die of old age? Pretty much. It's just like fighting the end in Metal Gear Solid 3. Amulet of Solomon. Also, remember, do we get an ampule in here? No.
Harry,
I'm gonna eat pizza while
Lisa.
crying.
What's the matter with you?
I get it now. Why I'm still alive even though everyone else is dead. I'm not the only one who's still walking around. I'm the same as them. I just hadn't noticed it before.
Lisa,
Stay by me, Harry. Please. I'm so scared. Help me. Save me from them. Please. Harry?
Lisa?
All right. How are they going to do this in the remake? I don't know, but they better try their hardest. This is definitely one of the most memorable, emotional like moments in the entire game. That's one of the most important scenes. They absolutely cannot screw that one up. Wonder if it'll be expanded like Angela sequence? Possibly. Like, it's weird because before Silent Hill 2 Remake, I would have said don't touch anything when it comes to Angela, like don't change anything. But Bloober Team really impressed me with the new Angela scene where James runs into her at Rosewater Park, and with the expanded Abstract Daddy sequence. I thought both of those were expanded in really, really interesting ways that still worked well for the game. So now I feel kind of that way about Lisa, where I'm like, the way I feel about this game right now, I don't want to see it changed at all, expanded or otherwise. But if Bloober, similar to Silent Hill 2 Remake, can do it in a meaningful way that doesn't cheapen the character, I think it could be really good. We just gotta wait and see what they do. Do we ever get more lore info on what or where the parasites come from? Everything comes from Alessa's mind, Alessa's subconscious, but some of the things are more abstract than others. Like, some are very, very direct. She was afraid of the pterodactyls in the book The Lost World, so she sees air screamers. The air screamers are manifested from her fear of dinosaurs and pterodactyls. She's scared of dogs, so you get the dogs, the groaners. All of those things are supposed to be representative of, like, things from storybooks or things from life that Alessa was scared of. The mumblers, those are all representations of the kids who bullied her in school. For me, the way I interpret the parasites, that's her version of Kaufman. Kaufman, who is puppeting and controlling all of the doctors, all of the nurses, to do his sort of like bidding, his dirty work, to keep Alessa and her care like secret and unknown to everybody else. And if people threatened to leave or resign because, like Lisa, you know, trying to leave when things got too weird, he just kills them. So to me, like, the parasites are Michael Kaufman and the effect that he's already had on his staff. So there's a lot of debate on that, Terry. Generally, like, there is information supporting multiple theories around it, and it's never anything that's been 100% confirmed in, like, an official source. So some people believe that the nurses and doctors are literally real people who are just possessed. Personally, I think they're more like Lisa. Lisa even says, you know, she's the same as them, she just hadn't realized it yet. You're not dealing with the real Lisa who's walking around with a parasite in her. You're dealing with a manifestation of Lisa based on Alessa's memories of her. So I believe the nurses and doctors are Alessa's memories of the staff who were being controlled by Kaufman, possibly other staff who were killed by Kaufman, other than Lisa, that we don't know about. That's my interpretation of it. Not everybody agrees. And again, there's nothing definitive. But based on the evidence within the games themselves, that's what I lean most heavily towards. Sybil seemingly getting infested by a real parasite makes it kind of murky. Why? Literally, the whole point of the town is that all of it is real. Everything that is manifested is real. It is taking Alessa's nightmares and making them real. Why couldn't she just manifest parasites that function on their own, that represent Michael Kaufman the same way? Murky whether the nurses are also real infested people, that is. Fair enough. And again, there are some strategy guides that try to say, you know, they are the dead former staff of the hospital. But again, it depends on what information you want to look at. There's a lot of this stuff that comes from the guides, and even the stuff like Lost Memories, like the Lost Memories guide has a ton of great information when it actually is a developer quote. But there's also a lot of stuff that was just put together in the Lost Memories guide where an unrelated, you know, person who was not part of the dev team is sort of just compiling information based on notes and things that the developers gave them. So it's not always 100% accurate. There's some contradictory information within the book itself. So that's the thing with Silent Hill. Even when you start digging into a lot of other resources, like the strategy guides, like developer interviews, the developers contradict themselves sometimes, or contradict each other, or sometimes guides have things that are sort of lost in translation. There's a lot of things you kind of have to take into consideration when looking at information in general. Can't remember, is there any healing? Nope, just the TV. Oh wait, did I shut off power? No, I did not. I almost died. This one little hallway is probably the most dangerous part of Nowhere. Just dealing with like 3 larval stalkers all in one little narrow spot where you can't really dodge them. No healing in here. I feel like I remember there being an ampule on one of these beds, but maybe that's Alchemilla the first time around, not Nowhere. I can't hear. What?
Yes.
Oh, god damn it. Yeah. Oh. Reconnection successful? Our internet has been fucking shitty lately. Sorry everyone. Refresh if you're not seeing the stream. We're back. Refresh. We're back. This little section with these larvals, or shadow stalkers, whatever, is also kind of rough. We're not in bad shape, though. Maybe now. Of course. Oh yeah, these ones hurt the fuck out of you. They're the same as regular mumblers, just hard to see.
Every
Okay, final boss time. Five health drinks, 2 med kits. No bullets, just our trusty knife. We just need to survive the fight long enough. We just gotta dodge lightning for a significant amount of time. Also, a couple of things that I've learned when I was doing research for the Silent Hill 1 Iceberg video. Grove Sleeper, thank you so much for the 11 months. But once we go down the stairs and this cutscene starts, all the time that's passing during this cutscene before the fight does count towards the boss fight. Like, if you watch the cutscenes, you don't have to survive for as long. Continuing after a death also cuts down the survival time for this fight. So, things I didn't know until I started researching for the Iceberg. Factors that I did not realize actually affect how long you need to survive. Because I was trying to include in the Iceberg, like, a set amount of time. Like, if you're on easy mode, you have to survive for 45 seconds. If you're on normal, you have to survive for 2 minutes. I figured it was something like that. And then I started testing it and getting really inconsistent numbers for how long you have to survive. And I was like, what the hell is affecting the time?
Where's Cheryl? What have you done to her?
And after a bunch of attempts and testing stuff, I realized the cutscene, whether you skip it or not, affects how long you need to survive. And if you die and continue, affects how long you need to survive. Theoretically, we could just take a bunch of deaths and keep continuing until the fight ends in like 10 seconds.
That's absurd.
Because I have done that before when I was testing stuff.
Why? Why are you doing this?
It's been a long 7 years. For the 7 years since that terrible day, Alessa has been kept alive, suffering a fate worse than death.
Maybe the hanging bodies are simply how Alessa feels trapped in her skin, like her in the chair.
She never awakens.
I mean, clearly they resemble her wrapped up in the blanket and bandages.
Nightmare.
The only difference is they're bigger, they're a little more masculine shaped,
That
broader
day
chest and
has
shoulders.
finally come. The
But
time
visually,
is
they're
nigh.
very, very similar to how Alessa looks here.
Everyone will be released from pain. and
Alessa's actual
suffering.
body.
Our salvation is at hand. This is the day of reckoning, when all our sorrows will be washed away. When we return to the true paradise. My daughter will be the mother of God.
Poked in the ear with a sharp stick. That's the name of the audio sample that you hear. That, like...
It's awakening. It's awake. Now no one can interfere.
Cheryl!
Give up. That person no longer exists. This is a god descending among us to reach out and save us.
Here we go. Immediately get hit. Yes, Thessaly Lerner is the voice of Lisa. Liz Momorsky is the voice of Dahlia, and they've both been doing convention appearances lately. Bonk. God, that multi-hit. Somehow I'm still green. Finally, successfully dodged around. Ooh. Dodged by bumping the shield. Well, I'm out of heals. Yeah. Shield does damage you, but it's very, very little.
Dahlia.
Here we go. I just need to do a tighter circle. Well, there's a few different ways, Koopa. You can run in a circle just around the boss and the shield, which is what I was trying the first time. Or you can try to position yourself far enough in the corner and just run a little bit tighter circle. It cuts very close to the shield, but you can see this is dodging everything so far. Harry does move slightly. He doesn't stay in a perfect orbit. So we will eventually bump that shield. But then we can try to reset, run back in the corner, and start over. Caught me. Gotta be careful of those follow-up hits. Lightning attacks remind you of God's fire attack in Silent Hill 3. It's very similar. That one's a pain in the ass to dodge too. Especially on the extreme difficulties. Trying to fight Silent Hill 3 God on Extreme 10 when you're not using the cheese spot. I think that might legitimately be the hardest boss in the game. In the series, rather. Extreme 10 God in Silent Hill 3. Not using the cheese spot. It is very, very difficult. Maybe not knife-only hard mode split head difficult, but it's still a pain in the ass. And you could potentially try to do that knife-only for Silent Hill 3 as well. Good luck. Maybe one of these days I'll do Silent Hill 3 Extreme 10 knife-only. Today is not that day. Just give up, Alessa. Just give up. Give up, Alessa. Just stop it. Hey! And that, my friends, is Silent Hill 1. Hard mode with just a knife.
Daddy.
4 hours and 24 minutes.
Cheryl!
My last stream, it took me that long just to figure out how to kill the air screamer in the diner. Today, we spent that same amount of time doing an entire run.
Can't leave like
This is very,
this. Can't be happening.
very hard, very challenging. But it mostly just comes down to the first air screamer and Splithead. Those are the real major hurdles of the entire run. Everything else, not so bad. But, trying to just figure out Air Screamer and Splithead. And Splithead, even once you figure it out, is just such an endurance test. You're just fighting for 30 straight minutes. Trying not to screw up a single time. Now you know what to do? Yeah, skip the credits music so I don't get demonetized. Why can't I skip? Am I going to start doing speedruns of knife-only hard mode now? No. No, I don't think I will. We're going to put this one in the old back pocket and be like, yep, that's something I can say I've successfully done. And if we ever spin the wheel and land on Silent Hill 1 challenge runs again, we've already done this one. But this is not a category that I have a lot of fun doing. Great Knife Hard Silent Hill 2, I've already done that. That's on my YouTube channel. We've done that one. I've done Great Knife Only Silent Hill 2, and that was with the Great Knife modded in, so that you literally start with it at the very beginning of the game. So we drug the knife the entire time. Okay, I missed it. Okay, I'll link in chat for you. And for anybody else who wants to watch. Great Knife. Let's see, does YouTube just bring me up if you type in Great Knife Only? You get Punchy. You get Games Done Quick with Ecdysis. I'm the third one down. Hell yeah, third best. According to what YouTube pulls up anyway. But yeah, here you go. Here's where I did it. in, it says 10 hours, but it's not actually 10 hours. It's like 8.5 hours. And then I did a bonus normal speed run at the end of that one. So like 8.5 hours for Great Knife only, hard mode, Silent Hill 2. That was also with extra riddle. So hardest possible Silent Hill 2 settings. Bloober, listen to me. This needs to stay. They fucked up Silent Hill 2 Remake dog ending by taking away all the silly dog ending stuff from the credits. Do not make the same mistake again. The blooper reel needs to stay in Silent Hill 1. It is very crucial that this stays in the remake. You could absolutely nail every other part of the remake, and if you leave this out, fans will be mad. It doesn't matter how good you nail the rest of the game. If you leave this out, people will be upset. Do not leave this out. There we go. Hard mode, knife only. 1.3 stars for my final rank. That might be the lowest rank I think I've ever actually gotten in a Silent Hill 1 playthrough.